Yo, 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 let's start the stream for today. What's up, Star Platinum? Sorry about the loss. Okay, so where are we? When it comes to the apparel system, let's see if we get the error we got yesterday. Hopefully that was just like a coincidence that we might have some extra high load on the GPU thanks to me streaming and things like that, because other than that it seems to work just fine. Do I want to be... Oh, this looks pretty good. What's up, Cooler SK? Yeah, that's probably gonna be my nickname from now on. Star Platinum, it's okay. The time has passed. Yeah, that's a good look to have on it. By the way, I haven't been here for long. What did you do? Well, we got the apparel system to properly work. So the character right here, he has a set of different apparel on him. Let's take a look. So we have a hoodie. So the hoodie masks whatever is under it based on segments. And we also have a little t-shirt, but pretty much everything of the t-shirt is masked except for this little piece here, which is visible here. And yeah, the same goes for the sneakers and the socks. The sneakers masks whatever is under them, which is part of the socks, and the socks masks the character body. So right now we implemented the last piece of the apparel system, which is a masking system, and it's important to know that this masking system doesn't solve every solution. Ooh. I don't know if I want my mannequins to have a butt crack like this, but yeah, whatever. Suppose it's okay. So this masking system, when it comes to the apparel, is not a... It doesn't solve everything, but it does help a lot with the clipping you can get. So right now we have multiple layers on multiple parts, and we don't have any clipping at all when we run around, that is, or jump, I don't think. Yeah. So yeah, that works pretty good. So what I'm gonna do today, or what I think I'm gonna do today, we'll see how much I have time with. But I want to implement action, interaction, equip. So this one is gonna be, I want to be able to hover this shirt here and equip it. So we're gonna have pick up and equip, basically. So just like we have consume on this one, we're gonna have equip on this one. The question is, yeah, well, I think we're gonna have it directly, to be honest. I think. So I want to be able to equip things on the fly, shirt and stuff like that. Is that a bet? What is it for, like save game? Yeah, it's going to be to end the day. So we're gonna have a day and night cycle in this game, and the bed is gonna be used to end the day, or basically sleep X amount of hours, but usually to end the day. That's the idea, at least. But yes, so let's start with the equipping things. So action, interaction, equip. So it's an action, but it's an interaction because it's between two different entities. It's between the one equipping something and the thing being equipped. And this is going to be a layer between the entity controller and the apparel handler. So in the case of our playable character, it's going to be between the input from the player. So it's going to be a layer between the input from the player and the apparel handler. So we might need to extend this class a tiny bit, because right now we do reset the apparel mask texture here and update the apparel mask texture here. We might want to do that every time we put on a new set of apparel right now. Yeah. If I pick up an apparel, it's gonna be the T-pose, and it's gonna look like concrete indeed. But the idea is to create an additional model for apparel that is displayed in the game world. So for instance, if I pick up the pants, they won't look like pants when I hold them. They will just look like a folded, neat little package. Or that's the idea, at least. And yeah, apparel will probably... We could do a double-sided rendering here as well, but we're probably not going to do that, because in this... when the apparel is like this, it will always be on some entity. Yeah, so the idea is... because yeah, cloth simulation is extremely expensive, and you don't want to do it for every item in the world. But we're probably going to do one folded model per apparel type, and make it so that it's easy to change the color of these. So pretty much every shirt under will use the same folded model. Every shirt over will use the same folded model, I think. And so on and so on. Yeah, I think so. Like, there's really no good reason to have the items, like the apparel items in the world, be too detailed. There's really no point to it. Xpyro, loving the graphic style, looks great. Thank you so much, appreciate it. Star Platinum, why the apparel type numbers is like that? 0, 10, 20. Yeah, it's a way to group them. So headwear, eyewear, if you can see here, so shirt, under, shirt over, and jacket, they are both on the upper part of the body, the upper part of the torso. So they have 40, 41, 42. It's just a quick, simple way to add some form of grouping to it. Maybe it's a little bit more visible if we do something like this. So you can see footwear, not a good name, and shoes. They belong together. Gloves, thin, thick, belongs together, and so on. So just an easy way to group it, pretty much. Okay, so let's see if we can create this action. Action, interaction, equip, which is going to be used to equip apparel in this game. Might also use it for tools. I haven't decided just yet. So I think we ended up with we will probably have apparel that is 2 types, so maybe pants under and shirt under. I haven't really decided just yet how to solve this, but for now these are used to only make the character be able to have one of these. So these are unique. The character can't have 2 shirt unders. Then we'll just pop off one of them. Okay, action, interaction, equip. It's been a while since I was since I did something with the actions, so it's going to be fun entering it again. So this action system is a one-to-one. So for each action, or for each interaction, we also need an interactable. So we're gonna add action, interaction, equip, and okay. Interactable, equip. I don't know if this is good, but I saw a person do like enum and the types numbers are like 0, 1, 2, 4. Okay, so each is its separate bit pretty much. So you can do like select multiple or work with it in a flag kind of way. Yeah, that's good. That's a good way to go about it if you need that functionality, definitely. Okay, here we have them. Equip and action, interaction, equip. And I also want action type. Oh yeah, I changed to VS Code. Oh nice. Yeah, I do love VS Code. What did you change from, by the way? Control R in, oh, so that's Visual Studio, whatever it's called. So if you want to rename something, just F2. I guess that's Control RR, I don't know, but F2. So F2 renames it using what could you, so you can rename it with F2 and Control F2, I think it was, or was it Alt F2? Oops. Control. So by Control F2 you rename based on string, by just F2 you rename based on logic, I suppose, or actually code structure. Get inverse equip. What should be the inverse of equip? Unequip, I guess. We're gonna do it with these types of strings right now. Okay, so now we have our action type. Let's go to, what do I want to do first? Let's do action, interaction, equip, and I think we want to do game right now. Maybe not the best name, but and we want this to be a subclass of action interaction. Is this all? Okay. Let's just open up pickup again. So what do we have here? Awake. Yeah, we need some of these. Base awake. I don't think I care about start. No. Start processing and stop processing. Base, base. Okay, so let's do base awake. We want to do that lastly. Okay, so action interaction equip will need a reference to the oops, not serialized field. Action interaction equip will need a reference to the apparel handler, so we're going to do a require component type of apparel handler. The question is, okay, so for now we're gonna do apparel handler. Maybe later on I might introduce equipment handler, and equipment handler will have a reference to apparel handler and tool handler. But we'll see. We'll see. Oh yeah, from VS to VS Code. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the shortcuts are a little bit different, but should be easy enough to readjust. IntelliSense is slow. Yeah, maybe it is. I haven't noticed it, I don't think. I think this is everything I want to do here. I don't care about start as of now. Start processing and stop processing, yes. Oops. Is this how I want to do it? First, last. Okay. Like, there's still a few small things I'm not entirely fond of when it comes to this interactable system or interaction system, and one of them are the casting that is done around here. I'm just thinking here, equipable. How exactly do I want to solve this? So, previous interaction we have is collect, pretty generic, consume, pretty generic, equip, pretty generic, or actually no, not equip, but focus, inspect, like focusing something, you don't need to know that much about the object you're focusing. Same with this inspect, which is currently just a glorified debugger. Or yeah, interactable pickup, that's also very generic. Use, actually not use, but okay, consume and equip, a bit more specific. And by that I mean, when you consume something, you have this interaction between the consumer and the consumee. Consumer and consumable. And same with equip. Like what I would like to do in this case is just let my apparel be the interactable equip, I think. Because how would the communication between interactable equip okay, so in this chain of communication you have on one side of the spectra, or one side, you have apparel, and then you have interactable equip, and then you have action interaction equip, and then you have apparel handler. So it's really just apparel handler and apparel that wants to talk to each other, but you have the interactable equip and the action interaction equip in the middle there, simplifying actually complicating the communication right now, but simplifying the whole state machine of actions. So am I gonna have to rely on, we could do action interaction equip, so when we start processing something we get what we're processing and we check if that interactable equip is of type apparel or if it's of type tool or whatever. But I don't know, that's not very pretty. It works extremely good with everything else in game currently. So we have actions, focus is an interaction, show info, pick up works beautifully with pick up, and consume and store, I would say. Works with the inventory as well. Actually, how did I solve it with action, interaction, collect? Interactable, get interactable, interactable entity, get interactable. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we work on an entity basis here. Yeah, of course. Yeah, so it's gonna look ugly like this. I'm not entirely sure. In fact, do I want it to be like this? Let's see. Action, interaction, equip. Actually, let's take this. Interactable, interactable, interactable entity. Get interactable type. Yeah, interactable handle interaction. This, don't really know if we want to do too much right there, but then we want to do like this last step here is a fucking mess, to be honest. But I guess would like to do something like probably also gonna do this in this one, to be honest. Or okay, for now we're gonna have to do this. So apparel is equal to if apparel return. So that's what we're gonna do for now. Like this action, interaction, equip will only handle apparel right now. Probably gonna have how do I want to solve this? Yeah, we'll see if it can be improved down the road. But this is how I'm gonna do it for now. And so if we get an apparel, what we do then is we do apparel handler and equip or something. I don't think we have. Let's see if we have a method like that for now. Private. No, we actually only have private stuff. Okay, so let's do start add apparel. Public bool. Okay, so what the hell do I want to call this one? Fuck it. So for now, this is probably always going to succeed, but that's not always going to be the case. But what we do need to do here right now is, I think we need to do reset apparel mask texture, and then add apparel. Oh yeah, we need to do this as well. To be honest, probably gonna do this one apparel in add apparel here. Worn apparel add, toggle apparel constraints, apparel where we're gonna do so we solve that here, and then when we have equipped it, update apparel mask texture. Could probably, let's see, improve altering. So right now we pretty much do it the all-including way. So we reset the apparel mask texture, then we add the apparel, then we update the apparel mask texture, and update apparel mask texture pretty much just loops through each and every apparel the entity currently wears and adds them to the mask texture. And what we could do instead is, when we remove an apparel, we draw to it. So we alter it based on that specific apparel, and then when we have added one single apparel, we just draw that one to it. So instead of, like, every time we change one piece of apparel, we redraw the whole texture. Could possibly be done in a better way. And here we're gonna do if this one succeeds, if this one succeeds, space try stop processing. Like, I like the action interaction system. I like everything about it except for this last piece for each different interaction. You ever think about game optimizations and is your model high poly? Yeah, I think about it quite a lot, but I try not to. because pretty early in development, doesn't need to concern myself with that too much. And yes, the character, so the base mesh of the character is pretty low poly, but the current version in game is a subdivided mesh of that one, so that one is pretty high poly. I would like to say, I probably think a little bit too much about optimization related to how much I actually should think about it, but it's yeah. Here we're gonna do some additional stuff as well. Could just skip all this, but we're gonna add some extra functionality here. But yeah, so this should be it. Let's see how it works. I also want to do, I wonder if Apparel, if I want to do do it like this. Let's see. Is there a reason I do this here? Like, I wonder if I want to do this in start. Playable entity. Do we have a start here? Yeah, we do. Animate entity. Okay, so I wonder if I want to do, let's see here, actions on game object. Okay, I think I want to move this to start. Let's see, get components action. Let's see how much I mess up if I do start. I think I actually want to do this here, right? So this is just for, oh, actually. We have this one. Or we do some additional stuff. Oh, well, let's keep it like this for now. So in Awake, all the related actions are added. Singoletto Games, what's up? How are you doing today? So in Awake we all add all of the functionality we need to entities. In Start so here we add the actual components, and here we add them to the actual list of interactions. And I think I want to do something similar here, actually. And the reason I want to do this is because let's do start first. Start and playable entity. We have start here as well. What do we do here? Yeah. Protected override to start. Yeah, should be about right. The reason I do this, so in entity we instantiate, so every entity should be focusable, inspectable and pickupable. Although, yeah, probably. Or actually not pickupable, I don't think. We'll think about that one. Okay, so what we have right now is entity, animate, and entity, and playable entity. Playable entity says itself, so that's an entity you can play, you can control, someone can control the player. Animate entity are entities that can move, that can do actions. And entities right now are static, but that still has some properties. So they are static but interactable. And I think I actually want to add I wonder if I want to do this. So entity and inanimate entity. I don't know, because I think I'm gonna have like static entities that will not be pickupable. I'm gonna have to think about that one for a while. Okay, so the reason I moved a little bit of the logic to start from Awake is that in Awake we have like instantiations of different components, which tells, it pretty much adds functionality to the entity. So every entity should be focusable, inspectable and pickupable. And if we go to animate entity, here we fix relations between actions it can do. And I moved this from Awake to Start because in other components like Apparel here, I want to be able to do, it's a little bit of a mess, but I basically want to be able to do, if game object dot get component interactable equip. So we basically check, does this game object is this a game object that is equipable currently? If it's not, then we add that functionality. Because an apparel will be equipable. And the reason I do it like this is because I just want to fail safe against like a case maybe in the far future where an object or an entity actually has two components that are equipable on it. So I don't want to add two interactable equip, we still just want to add one. So we do this in awake, and since we moved this one into start, we are 100% certain that this will execute when all the interactables are added. Okay. So here we pretty much just get all the interactable on this game object and add them in a neat little dictionary, just so we can fetch them easy by type later on. Yeah, let's see how much have messed up here. I should be able to add apparel now as well, I think. Let's see. Okay, did we actually get errors, or did I just... action interaction. Okay, so these are the errors we're gonna get now. I wonder... So this error right here, entity provider hasn't been set just yet because we do it in start. Oh yeah. Might not want to do this in start, but instead the first time we use it, actually. So provider action dependencies first or default. Because now we have the problem that this one is executed before this one is set. Let's see, action interaction start. So probably instead want to do something like entity provider. do it. Wonder if I want to do it like this. Let's see here. Actually, so get if entity provider is equal to null, now we do something, and otherwise this, right? So if it is null, we need to do some checks. Then I basically want to do this: protected override start. Although setting in a get, I don't know. So entity provider, when we try to I think this is how I want to do it, even though we have some null checks here. Like every time we try and get this one, if it's null, we want to instantiate it, basically. And now we can skip start. Hopefully that will have fixed at least that issue. Maybe introduced a few more, we'll see. Action interaction 52. Okay, that's not good. It's still this one, entity provider. Okay. Good morning, Absurd Noises. How are you doing today? Did I fuck this up this much when I changed the order of execution? That's worrisome. Are we trying to do stuff in action interaction? We don't even have a wake here. Action interaction, we do have a wake here, but it shouldn't be more than stuff like this, so that's okay. So the question is, how does it look in action? Awake state available. Oh yeah, okay. Let's see here. State. If we do a state change, we do state change invoke this, and then we try to do a lot of things. Okay, that's great. So this is the cost of it. Might want to wait with this one. The question is, start. Start is a better place for it. That's definitely true. But fuck, then that might be too early. This is not a good sign that the order of execution is this important. Could make so the problem is that when we set the state to available here, we get a lot of state change events, which it should be like that. We're pretty much instantiating the full state machine, but when we do that, we also get like stuff that are depends on entity providers. It will be a problem for action interactions that depends on other, or actions that depends on other actions, because this one might not have been instantiated because fuck me. Because currently it's the entity that sets it up. Maybe that's how it should be. So we have an in animate entity here, we get the actions. We add the dependencies. I'm pretty sure, however we go about this, that I want this one here. And when it comes to awake, I don't even know if we don't have it here. What's up, Hinkle? Yeah, let's take a look at that simplification soon. Do I want to remove wake from the base class here? I don't think we want to do anything for it in it. Maybe. Maybe. Actually, let's keep it here for now. To do, possibly remove. Okay, so we're talking about this one. Provider action is action interaction. Oops. So like this, and then I guess. Okay, back at the issue at hand. We're back to the issue at hand. This won't fix it just yet, I don't think. Okay, so this might fix it under the assumption that the start of these runs after this, and that might very well be the case. So let's just try it, but I wouldn't call it stable to continue like this. So even though it might work, we probably want to look into it. Okay, it still doesn't work. And the reason animate entity, we do it here, is because we want all actions to have been added. Yeah, of course. Okay, so if action interaction, if it depends on an entity provider, let's see here. Maybe we can do it like this. Let's see here. Action, add dependency reference, action dependency, if action set reference, okay. Is ready to, so try set ready state, that's what we do here, is state and available return. If it's in state processing, we're already processing. Yeah, else if dependencies are fulfilled and is ready to process, and that's when we call it, and that's when we get to this one. So probably just going to do it like this. We want to do try set ready state here. Well, let's just add a simple if entity provider is equal to null, return false. If that's true, the question is action interaction, action interaction focus. Is ready to process always returns true. Yeah, that's a little bit of a hack, but okay. Entity provider, if this one is null, then we return false, then we're not ready to process. Otherwise we get it and we check a lot of things. What's up, Prodigy? Yeah, we're trying to make it a little bit generic. Let's see if this works and I can show you why. So the basic idea was to let the action/interaction system in the game, so every type of action both a playable character and an NPC can do, should utilize the same system, and all different types of actions slash interactions should be included in this state machine. Yeah. In Rust we trust. Never tried Rust. Maybe I should. Okay, so, and what I want to make, the last change I want to make here as well is, so if we go to action, when we start here we change the state to available, and then we try to set ready state. This one will fail now because we don't have a entity provider. So yeah, it won't be set to, all of these will fail, and it will just be set to available. But when we add a dependency reference, if action dependency is not equal null, set reference, state change, add listener. I also want to call this one here. Yeah. Okay, good. We can focus stuff. We can still execute a lot of stuff. Pick up, store. Pick up. We can jump. Yeah. Okay, there we go. So all of these actions, everything I can interact with in this world, all is part of a state machine for the entity that does the different things. And it's, so I want to keep all interactions, so all interaction and actions as generic as possible until the very last second where something will actually happen. And that's why this system is a little bit complicated, but it works. And I think this is, now it's a little bit more fail-safe than it was as well. So let's see if we can do dynamic equip as well. So pretty much like all in the type of actions an entity can make are all defined by different components. So we can see here we have action, interaction, focus, pick up, consume. So this entity can both focus on stuff, pick up stuff, consume stuff. It can also inspect stuff, collect stuff, and it has two use, and that's because use is a multi-interaction pretty much. So this one is sleep, and the other one is sit, I think. Could probably simplify that, we'll see. And everything one can do to an entity is defined by interactable components. So this entity, the playable character, can be focused, it can be inspected, and it can be picked up. So we can actually pick up, okay, that's the shirt. Pick up and jump occupy the same button, so we can't actually pick up the character right now, but in theory we should be able to. Okay, so I need to check one more thing. So if we take a look at the t-shirt here, this t-shirt has interactable focus, interactable inspect, interactable pickup, and now it also has interactable equip. So apparel should be able to be equipped, but our character in question doesn't support the interaction equip just yet. So let's add it. Action, interaction, equip. Yeah, let's put it here. And the dependencies of equip. I think this is only going to depend on focus, in-state processing, and it's the provider and doesn't interrupt, I don't think. So basically what I define here is that this action interaction, for this to be available or to be ready to process, the action interaction focus needs to be in the state processing. And it's also from the action interaction focus we will get the entity for which we will equip. Let's see if everything is set up correctly and if this works. So the question is, okay, I don't see an option of picking something up, so something is wrong. Character 1, let's go into debug mode and check what the different states for equip is. So equip is currently in the state available, which is weird. I think it should be ready, because action interaction focus is in state ready processing. Well, why are we not getting a state change here? That's pretty weird, I think. Could it be? Oh, yeah. It's ready to process. Could very well be this one that's messing things up, but I don't think so. Oh, one sec. I know what it is. Interactable equip is pretty much not implemented. It's just an empty mono behavior right now. That's not good. Interactable. Let's see, type. Cancel interaction. I don't really know what I want to do right here, right now. Might just leave them empty. So there's going to be a lot of entity-specific stuff done here. So for instance, in interactable consume, this is where all the custom animation and stuff for the consumed item will be done. Not using game. Now it should hopefully work with the only oh yeah, I need to fix the namespaces. But so now it will probably work, and I think it will work in such a way that we can actually equip the apparel we already wear. I'm not entirely sure about that though. Yeah, we can. But I should be able to do... let's try with the hat. Equip, pick up, show info. Let's try equip. That crashed my whole Unity, I think. That is not good at all. $106. What's up, Harukan, and how are you doing today? And welcome to the chaos. It's just the way I develop things. Okay, execute command buffer. Fuck, this sucks. What the fuck are we getting? Okay, this is anxiety inducing. Let's see. The requested operation caused a stack overflow. How? Action, interaction, equip. Oh, are we stuck in a loop here? That's not good at all. Oh, fuck me. In my world, test-driven development is just a more fancy word for break-driven development. So, this little thing right here, this is just if we successfully equip the item in question, then I wanted to try start processing again. That's not at all what I wanted to do. What I wanted to do is actually stop processing. So the current implementation was equip this apparel. If it succeeds, try to equip it again. And then we do the whole loop again. Equip this apparel. If it succeeds, try to equip it again, and so on. We want to stop the process if the equip is successful. Yeah, my mistake. My mistake. Oh, Okay, let's do this. Let's restart Unity. It's extra, it's a little bit of a worse feeling doing a endless loop like this when you have the, like when you're executing command buffers, graphics and stuff like that. But let's see. So let's put on this hat. Hopefully. Yeah, there we go. And then I can actually... Can I unequip it? No, I cannot. Need to check into that. What happens if I equip this one? We just take it. Okay. This is bad. But I know why that is happening, so that's a bad green value, I think it is. Easily fixable. What I'm a bit more worried about is this unequip here. Why? Yeah, this is a Superman style, but I don't know. I don't like the look of it. Stylish undies you got there. Yeah. Okay, equip works with a few caveats. This unequip here, a little bit worried about that one. Actually, character, debug, we're in debug mode, right? Action, interaction, equip, it's still processing. So, my guess is that the try stop processing never really gets executed fully. Action, interaction, equip. Ready, available. Ready, let's pick it up, and it's still processing. Okay, that's good to know. So, actually, I wonder if I want to do it. Let's see here. Collect. Interrupts processing. Is that the way I want to do it? Try stop processing. Try stop processing. Oh yeah. Okay, I get it. So this is also a little bit of a hack, I assume. So when we do try stop processing here, this one fails almost immediately because when we get to this one, we're not in state processing just yet. So we do, so in action we do try start processing. If we're not in state ready, we return, but we are. Then we call start processing, down the stack we go, and lastly we change the state to processing. So when everything is done, that's when we change to processing. A way to fix this right now, I think, is to make, let's see, yeah, is to make the action interaction equip also, like make the dependency also be interrupt processing. So if we're processing something, the hat in question, and then we equip it, then the focus will defocus the object, and since the action interaction focus is defocusing, a signal is sent to this one which takes it from processing back to available. It's kind of a hack right now, but it works. And I wonder what happens if, so we can actually focus the shirt we have on, and we can do equip. Okay. Yeah, so what happened there is apparel handler. So we tried to equip, we called equip, and this is the shirt we're already wearing. So reset apparel mask texture, then we call add apparel. Worn apparel contains key apparel type. We already have something with this key on at the moment, so remove whatever we have on. And when we remove apparel, what we do lastly is unwear, and in unwear we destroy currently. So we pretty much destroy the shirt. So when we continue on here and try to do this, like the shirt we do all of this for is already marked as destroy. So yeah, nothing of this happens pretty much. Or actually, yeah. And then we get to here and we still utilize it, but it's marked for destroy. Okay, I get it somewhat. JD, what's up? How are you doing today? What are we working on today? Action interaction equip. This is the first step. And then I would like to finish this one today as well. We'll see about that one though. So I just want to be able to run around in the world and dynamically equip and hopefully unequip stuff as well. We'll see. So we need to add some extra functionality to action interaction equip. When we do get component apparel here, we want to check if we don't get it, or this is a, so actually when, so the mannequins do actually wear the apparel. So I was going to check this one. So if the apparel is, if worn is true, then we return. We can't equip something that is worn. But okay, so depending on how apparel worn by mannequins are defined, so we could either redefine that or work with what we currently have. So So if I can't rely on this one, the more I think about it, the more I want this one to work like it currently is. i.e. these pants here are counted as worn since they are on the character. But okay. Oh yeah, we get an error there as well. But how would I go about we have some weird things going on the boots as well. Yeah, it's not fully functional right now, but we're getting there. So this, first of all, I don't want to be able to equip. So I guess what I would like to show here is if I hover over the shirt I already have equipped, we should have an unequip option. That's for sure. But I don't want apparel to have a reference to whatever entity or whatever is currently wearing it. Apparel should have no such idea. So what we could do is we could add a apparel handler, equip, add, remove. We have equip here. Start. Public bool is wearing, or has. Actually, let's stop this from playing while we edit. Unity clear console shortcut would be nice. Alt C. No, okay. Do I need to do this? Might have to add something like this. Yeah, let's look into that later on. So what I want to implement here is a function that checks if this apparel handler currently has a specific apparel equipped. We use the terminology worn equip is wearing yeah, apparel. So I guess this one is if worn apparel contains key, apparel dot type. So if it doesn't contains this key, return false, then we're not wearing it. Otherwise return worn apparel dot get. Okay, we know that it contains the key now, so let's just do apparel dot type is equal to apparel. So if the apparel object for this key is equal to this one, then we're currently wearing it. Nice. Action interaction equip with, and now we can use this one here. We could do apparel interactable. So could do so if we do it like this, if not apparel or apparel handler dot is wearing apparel. If we do it like this, what will happen is that if we hover the apparel we're currently wearing, we will get a prompt saying E equip, but if we click it, if we click E, nothing will happen. That's not the way I want to go about things. So what we want to do is, it's ready to process. We want to override this one, much like we do here. So start processing. No, we gotta do some extra checks here, and this sucks because we're gonna have to do weird things. We're gonna have to do casts and stuff like that. We're basically going to do this twice, I think, which sucks. But then again, so if we would do this the way I'm thinking, so let's see, let's do it the hard way. We do it Jesus. Okay, let's do it like this. Such a mess. And then we do this as well. We do this. Okay, so if we do and we do that check here. So if apparel not or apparel handler is wearing Okay, so if we do it like this, I think if we hover an apparel we're currently wearing, we will not get a prompt. Let's just try that real quick. So we basically check, oh, this apparel, can we process this one? No, we cannot, because we are currently wearing it. So we don't need to process it. We get an error though. That's not what I anticipated. 29. Fuck. So this one is null. How? Oh yeah. Yeah. Although that's still a bit weird, to be honest. Let's double check it. $30. At 30, so something here is null. It can't be this. So, oh yeah. Yeah, so this is a bit of a messy way to go about this. Yeah, okay, so doing it this way removes the option. Completely. Could I... So let's say I want to make it such that, Jesus, if we hover an apparel we're already wearing, then we should do the opposite interaction. Then I can probably do it like... I wonder if it's as easy as doing... We take this one. And then we do if... is wearing apparel. Then we do... Can I complete this with the current implementation? Big question mark. I don't think so. I guess you could cheat it a tiny bit by doing pretty much it works like this. So as soon as we have an action that is doing something, it's in a state of processing. If it's in a state of ready, we always like then the entity can do this action. If it's in a state of processing, then the entity can do the inverse of that action, pretty much. So an easy example of this is like sitting on a chair. If we have an action interaction use that is sitting on a chair, if we hover the chair, that action interaction becomes ready. So we have the option to sit. If we sit, that option is inversed, so it's stand up. And I think it works something similar with pick up. So if we pick something up, the inverse action of pickup is drop. Like, and this works with actions that are like long processes, I suppose. Doesn't work as good with actions that are instant processes. So like Hinkle, thank you so much for the follow, by the way. So like equip or collect or store, like those actions. So okay, store and collect are same, but collect and equip, they are instantly right now, which means that it's like, what is the it's just harder to handle. So what I thought was, like, how the system is currently set up is in such a way that we only show inverse actions, quote unquote inverse actions, for an action that is processing. And the equip action never processes, so how should we show the inverse action on equip? It's hard. And that's, so in the beginning of this system I was pondering the idea of having, so an action is always just an action. An action are not twofold. We don't have an action and an inverse action per action. Much like jump doesn't have a stop jump or whatever. And now I'm starting to think that I might actually want to go back to that system. So, action type. Walk, run, sprint, jump, crawl, swim, climb. Like, instead of having crawl, so like crawl, the inverse action of crawl would be stand up, I suppose. But what's the inverse action of swim? Don't swim. Like, I'm not sure this inverse action system is that good. Sink, drown, two very good examples. Inspect. I don't think we have an inverse action for inspect. We can actually see it here. Get description, get inverse description. So for pickup we have drop. Makes sense. Happy to help, yeah. Collect, retrieve. Yeah, retrieve from inventory. I don't know about that. And PG Racer, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Consume, stop consuming. Yeah. Like I could either do it this way, or we could implement in the inverse actions as separate actions. So instead of having stand up as the inverse action of sit and sleep, we actually have an action type stand. Fuck, isn't that better actually? Action use. Action interaction use. Start processing. True. Stop processing. So here, animator use parameter false. So this one, so all of these and this. So in that case, we would delete these, we would keep this one. So this one will be the purpose of the action stand instead, which means that we will remove these 4 lines from this one. But then again, and doing the inverse actions as their separate actions as well will also make, for instance, we have collect and pick up. Okay, so pick up, we take something and we hold it in the hand. Collect is we take something and we put it in the inventory. But then if we look in the inventory, we want to be able to drop stuff, but we also want to be able to drop what we're holding. So in that case, the action drop can actually be used for 2 things. Just hammer the buttons and wiggle the stick. Oh yeah. Quick time event guy. We're gonna get to quick time events, I promise you. Although, like, this also means that equip... fuck me. Yeah, I think it would... This would solve unequip, but like have an action. Maybe it's cleaner. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. So that's one way to improve it. Action interaction. Let's take a look at how. Let's take action interaction pick up. So stop processing, cancel interaction, stop processing. Simplify action system by defining inverse actions as their own actions. So I guess this would solve a few issues, but not the biggest one, which according to me is this. Like, but that would also, okay, I need to think about this as well. Maybe not. Like, would this make... Nah, it wouldn't. I thought maybe this would make every action instant and non-processing, but that's not true at all. That's not true at all. Could possibly... yeah, and this is how we handle the actual invoking of inverse actions with the, which is pretty, so this is pretty high up in the chain. So this is where we do the if else. Like this. Okay, I think this is probably the way to go, which will make try stop processing. We could pretty much hide this one, I think, or so we will never call this from outside of Action X class. It's only going to be called from this, which is pretty nice. So as soon as a dependency changes state, this one gets notified. If it's processing, we check is if has it changed in such a way that I need to try stop processing. So that's pretty cool. So that would be, for instance, when we take the action interaction pickup, we would make that depend on action interaction drop. And if drop is changes its state to processing, then pickup changes its state from processing to available again. But I'm gonna have to check if what they are processing is the same object, because I guess I want to support a scenario where the player picks something up, then opens the inventory while still holding this object. No, probably don't actually. Ah, fuck me. Yeah, we're gonna have to do some extensions, some rework, some small rework with this action interface, because, or action system, because I'm also thinking about like if we take a look at the mess of entity provider here. Which leads to a lot of this. First or default. Okay, so right now we define a set of dependencies. We just take the first dependency where provider is set to true. but do I want to support multiple providers? Maybe not. Okay, but let us put it this way. These two tasks is something I definitely want to do. I just need to figure out how. So this one is going to be the hardest part. This one is probably quite simple. But we're going to leave it as it is for now. When it comes to the pickup inverse, I don't really care about that one. So what we're gonna do is, or I care about it, but if I'm gonna do these two, I don't want to spend too much time implementing it in the old system. So it's ready to process. We're probably just gonna do it like this for now. So if we're wearing it, we just return false here. We're not ready to process that one. In fact, this is a mess. Which means that we should no longer be able to equip apparel we are currently wearing. I hope. We still have some issues left to solve with the apparel system, that is. So if so this is a hoodie. I can no longer equip it. That's great. I can equip this one and it will lead to... Okay, that's good. That works. Actually, let's take a look here. Character, show info. Inventory. I would like to show the attribute handler here as well, so that's what we're going to do first. And but before I do that, I just need to run AFK real quick, so I'll be right back around 3 minutes, I think. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Oh yeah, that's that issue. Oh well, let's print what we have in Apparel Handler first of all. So information provider. Get information. Yeah, let's just copy this one for now. Get information. Apparel handler. Can we do this? Fuck yeah. JJ, how did you learn to code? University mostly. Okay, something like this. So now we should be able to check, like inspect the character entity itself, and we can see what he is currently wearing. I hope. Yes, nice. Apparel handler, pants, shorts, t-shirt, socks, sneakers, hoodie. You went for software engineer. Yeah, I have a Master of Science, computer science. Went more the graphical way, did some work on neural networks, and then just pivoted to game programming, because that's what I enjoy the most, pretty much. When it comes to game programming, what I really enjoy the most is probably shader work, shaders. Okay, let's see here. So if I go and equip the hat as well, we should get an additional item, right? So we have 5 right now. Equip. And now we have 6. Beautiful. Shader guys are kinda shady. It comes with the title, you know. Equip. Oh yeah. Okay, so nothing changed. Equip. We have a little bit of a masking problem here, but I'm okay with that one. I'm not okay with it, but we're gonna alter it. Do you do any shader toy? So I just need to, let's see here. Shader toy is that site where people upload their shaders, right? Like yeah, exactly. No, I haven't done any shader toy. as of yet. I've been in there and checked out. Yeah, exactly. I've checked in a lot of cool work there. Some people are totally insane when it comes to writing shaders. JD, I was thinking of going to college for computer science, but I don't know if it can pay the bills. You know, it can definitely pay the bills, I think. I goof around in there every once in a while. Yeah, I wish I had the time. I wish I had the time. Like, every shader I write these days are so like only for my game, and then I release some of it open source, of course. But I would love to do some shader toy stuff. Feel free to share your shader toy name if you want, or link. JD, is it hard to land a job as game dev? I'm probably the wrong person to ask that. I haven't really applied for any game dev jobs, so I don't know. Depends on your portfolio, I suppose. But so, like, generally computer science have been easy to get a job or land a job. Game dev a little bit harder, but not that much, I think. But these days I have no idea. Clifford Art 3D says, yeah, it's basically your portfolio and CV. It's hard work getting those, but once you have them, then it's easy. Yeah, I can imagine. Okay, so I think we had an issue with the apparel handler. If we equip something we already have equipped, or actually that should work. Okay, we don't have any issues anymore. Great. So yeah, okay, that's action, interaction, equip. Very rough though. I don't want to extend it more until I've gotten these two tasks on the wraps. But what I want to do now is, yeah, is this one. I think. Actually, let's just restructure this a tiny bit. Improve action system. Okay, let's jump to this one. I don't think this one should be too hard. So let me summarize this problem. I'm just gonna open up Blender. Okay, so let's show it on this one. What do we have here? Red. Yeah, so the outline shader my project is currently using relies on scene normals in view space and the depth, and both of these, utilizing both of those results in pretty good outlines, but there are cases where the algorithm doesn't find outlines based on only those two. So I also have an additional way of finding it, and it's segment based, and those segments have previously been like defined by me, and they're still going to be defined by me, but the way I defined them previously was that I took, so for instance, the toe here and the nail, I want an outline between the toe and the nail on the toe. So what I did then is I select the toe, we go into vertex paint, and I paint the toe with a specific red color. So nails will have a red channel value of 0.3, the skin will have a 0.2, and then this difference will be used in, or this difference is used in the shader, and we get an additional outline. Yeah, it's pretty smart. Keeping track of all these different red channel values and stuff like that is going to be a pain. So this is just a few so far. And so what I want to do is I want to auto generate them. So instead of me manually doing painting the vertices and stuff like that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to define some additional vertex groups, and then we're going to do a custom geometry node tree where we generate like the red channel value per vertex group. So we give it a random value per vertex group, and like worst case of scenario, we're gonna get two segments that are close to each other, but then it should be as easy as just re-exporting it, generating new random values. So we will see how this goes. It's just that, yeah, I don't want to keep track of this. I just want a little bit of a more streamlined way to do it. So, yeah. So, let's go. And add some new vertex groups here. We want to add, and we're going to call them outline segment nails and outline segment skin. And then of course we're going to have to do this. And this is the subdivided model, if you're wondering why it's so high poly. But it's okay for now. Okay, so that's all the nails. Assign them to this group, and then we take the skin. Ooh, should have fuck it. Peppo Cult, thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Appreciate it. So the outline segment definition is just gonna have to be done once per object, unless some big changes are done to the object mesh. But yeah. And this will probably be the most tedious, but it's okay. Skin assign. Okay, so now we have assigned the different vertex groups. So let's see if we can do a, what is this? Character mesh. Add modifier geometry nodes. We're gonna do a new one, and we're gonna do it generate apparel data per vertex. We're gonna do generate outline segment generate outline data per new generate outline data no generate random vertex color red per outline segment. Generate random vertex color red per outline segment. Hey, thanks for great tutorials. Thank you for calling them great and watching them. I appreciate it. I just started getting into shaders using your outline shader video as a jumping off point. Nice. Shaders are crazy fun indeed. I love them. I've been itching for a long while now of creating a generative grass shader. And I'm thinking of doing it soon. It's been a while since I did a shader from scratch. Have you tried geometry nodes in Blender? Yeah, I've done quite a lot of things with geometry nodes in Blender. It's pretty sick. Right now, I'm just using it to, or lately I've been using it to generate data and stuff like that. So nothing fun. But for some of my videos on YouTube, like how I visualize the mesh in my rigging and animation videos, though that's done purely by, or not purely, but thanks to geometry nodes. Geometry nodes are sick. PG Racer, I'm working on a grass system right now. Oh, damn. Do tell if you can. I love grass. It makes everything look so beautiful as well. Okay, so now we have a geometry node here, which I named generate random vertex color red per outline segment. So what we want to do here is we want to group it by outline segment. We want to, in some way, I don't know how, if it's possible to get a random number in geometry nodes. We'll see. So we want to take each segment and give it a random red value, I think. Tell what all my secrets? Yes, that would be preferable. Yeah, sure, just link it. YouTube links are highly welcome. So geometry node editor here, I want to do... Okay, let's see if I can wing this later on, or if I need to reference my older work. Let's see here. Love it. Is it okay if I show it on stream? So this, I'm dying to do something similar. I mean, it's been done multiple times, but you know, it's a fun learning project as well. So I haven't really done any shaders where you geometry shaders, is that the name for it, when you generate meshes or triangles? I haven't really done any of those. Yeah, it looks great indeed. Is that extremely tall grass I'm seeing there? Or is it just a shadow? Just shadow. You do not use geometry shaders. What? What's up, Cypher? Don't you generate each straw, or how is it done? Oh, good morning, Geralt. How are you doing today? I don't know if I asked you, Cypher. How are you doing today, Cypher, as well? I actually use meshes that I generate offline. Okay, intrigued. I'm gonna come back to this one. I'm gonna save the link one sec. I wanna follow this progress. Busy fucking morning so far. How's it going, Rock and Chat? It's going pretty good. I think I used most of this morning implementing action, interaction, equip, and noticed some things I want to improve in the action system. So I'm a little bit sad about that, but mostly these 3 tasks. But other than that, all good. Basically, instead of having one particle, one blade, I have one particle, multiple blades. Maybe I understand. Interesting and beautiful nonetheless. Fucking love grass shaders. Field of grass. Okay. So, geometry node, I want to do attribute. We want to capture attribute. We want to capture it per face corner, I think, and it's gonna be a fuck it, let's use my reference. Capture attribute color. Yeah, we want to do that, but we also want to do... Oh, did we? Group ID. Oh, we did it like that. That's pretty cool, I think. Okay, so I can't get much help there. But I want to capture an attribute. I want to capture... Oh, you're quite deep into geonodes. I don't know about that, but I've done a few things with geonodes. but like it's still I still find the way you need to think when working with geometry nodes in Blender a little bit weird, so I'm not totally comfortable with it just yet. I want color here. And we want the attribute is, oh, there's a specific one for this one right now, isn't it? Or so I thought. Actually, do I need to capture it? No, I don't. But transfer attribute, store named attribute. There we go. I want to store color. Oh, never mind. Okay, sorry, I'm a little bit of a mess, but we need to capture it and we also need to store it because I want to capture the color. Let's see here. String. Vertex color attribute name. Let's see. I made some procedural low poly trees using geonodes. It's very addicting. Yeah. Some of the things you can generate are very nice, and I think low poly trees is a pretty good starting point, isn't it? But then I got sidetracked with shaders, and that's how I find your videos. Okay. What's up, Lofi? How are you doing today? I'm fine. I'm fine. Col. Okay, so capture attribute col. It's a color. So we have this one here. Then we want to separate it. Let's just do separate color. And then we want to transfer attribute here as well. Fuck, did I screw it up? One sec. Hopefully I didn't. I just need to double check one thing here so I didn't fuck this up. I'm good. Nice. Chilling in the capital. Oh, what you doing in the capital? Yeah, I want to check so I didn't fuck this up. Blue is my segments. Yeah, it's still okay. Nice. Let's go red and go back to geometry nodes. So what we want to do here is we separate this one and combine color. Byte color. I don't know. I think it's byte color. Byte color. We want to store byte color per face corner. Name is going to be this one, but the value. So first of all, green and blue. So red as well. Yeah. Okay. Oh, nice. Good luck with the comedy, and send my regards to the family. So basically what I do now, this is quite straightforward, but so we just take the attribute, vertex color attribute, we separate it, and then we add it back, but we have nullified the red channel pretty much, and that's because we're going to generate the red channel here. And now comes the hard part, how we go about generating this one. So what I do want to generate it is, or basically I want to get the vertex group here. I might have possibly worked with vertex groups in geometry nodes previously, but I don't remember specifically how. So pre-nodes vertex groups. Let's just see what we get here. I don't want to and okay. Fuck, this is gonna suck, I think. Oof, is this not a good way to do this? So we have a lot of vertex groups. Most of them are related to weight painting or weights. So most of them are related to the armature. And then we have some that are related to the apparel segment. And then we have some that are related to outline segment. Okay, maybe I didn't think this one through. I could very well add inputs here where I define the vertex groups that I want to give random values. But that is going to be tedious. Would love to be able to automate it. So doing something like fetching all vertex groups on this geometry, only getting the vertex groups that starts with outline segment. And then for each of those we generate a random vertex color red, or like a random float which we put into the red channel of the vertex color. But I mean, filtering vertex groups, is that even something you do in Blender geometry nodes? I don't know. By name. Mm-hmm. Probably go with group ID. Okay, so there's probably multiple ways to approach this, most of which I've thought about so far are probably shit. Separate geometry, we only get 2. Node types, what do we have? Just to face groups node. Okay. Like I had this idea initially that instead of relying on vertex groups for making the defining the segments, you would just use the seams, UV seams, but there exists objects where I want to introduce seams but not necessarily an outline on the seam. So then I'm gonna have to specify a separate pair of UVs to work with that. Might be one way to go about it, but I'm gonna, like, that will be my fallback way to do it. So if I can't get this to work in a nice clean way using vertex groups, I'm probably gonna revert to depending on UV seams and doing something with this, I suppose. Okay, so this is the other way around, I suppose. So this one is a mess. So this is vertex groups that are excluded, and unfortunately this seemed to be the only way to do it. But so this is how I worked with. That's just exclusion though. What do we do then? Okay, before I continue, let's just check character mesh here. Is it even possible to get a random float? Yeah, it should be. Float geometry nodes. Blender. For each object. Oh, Jesus, is that? Wow. And then we could go by ID. Oh, this would have been so nice. Between 0 and 1, can we specify? I would also love to be able to specify resolution, so to speak, but that's probably not gonna happen. I probably just want to use the name, the object name string as a seed. Wonder if I can convert the string to just an integer and then use that as a seed, which means that every object will have a different seed. That's pretty much how specific I want to be when it comes to the, or need to be when it comes to the seed. BCG performance, what's up? I'm good, and you? How are you doing this, what is it, Wednesday? But, okay, so the problem is how the fuck do I split the model based on vertex groups, but not all vertex groups? Just a few specific vertex groups. I'm good too. School began yesterday for me. Aight. That's nice. Right. So this is the problem. How, like... Actually, now when I think about it, could do it like this. Okay, so this is an ugly solution, but this will work. So I think Yeah. So one could do this. We add a set of inputs. Let's go with, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we named them outline segment 01 or 1. I don't know about this. 2, 3. Let's save that one. Eight, and then we rename these as outline segment 1 and outline segment 2. Let's make these integers, I think. And then we do store named attribute. I don't know. Or do we have something attribute store named attribute? I think this is gonna be pretty ugly as well. Ah, fuck. Do I want to do it like this? So the idea is basically... do we have separate geometry based on... I should be able to do... let's try this one. We don't get anything so far, but if we do... Actually, this one is saved, yeah. Let's delete this one, add modifier geometry nodes. This one. We should have a default value here, or so I thought. Outline segment 1, default attribute. Is it called? Yeah, there we go. So then we take this and we assign a group ID to that one, and then we need to do this for all of these. Sucky way. And you need to define the outline segment manually here as well, which sucks. It would be much simpler if I could just can we do this? Okay, this works. So we can do outline segment 1. Makes it a bit cleaner. Now we just hide the ugly parts of it. So we don't need to specify the vertex groups, they are already specified. But when we separate the geometry, we need to use this specific string for the different outline segments. It's okay. What is probably not going to be okay is this next part. So three. Store named attribute. Group. Could just go with this one actually. Ooh, that might be better. Okay, yeah. So selection. Fuck, this is rough. One. Actually 1, 2, 3. 5. And finally, 8. Okay. So we don't do anything just yet. We just give it. So we store an attribute. Per face corner, it's an integer value 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. based on which outline segment it is, and it's stored on the outline segment group. Random value. We want to do capture attribute here. It's an integer per face corner. Named attribute. It's an integer. And it's named outline segment group. So the one we set here, that's the one we get here, and then we use this attribute as an ID. So random value between 0 and 1. Let's go with seed 0 for now, and then we set this value and we put it into the red. And that should be it. So if we go seed 1, 2, 5. Okay, so based on these now, we can do up to 8 of these. We get per object, we get random colors, but with an error here, which I didn't see. So this one, that kind of sucks, and I wonder if it's because of face corner. Oh no, it shouldn't. Face corner should be correct. But it's like we have an interpolation here between this one and this one, so we don't get the exact same correct result here. And I wonder why that is. We're using face corner here, and face corner here. It's not face corner I want to use here. I think it is. Okay, that's even weirder. Am I missing something? Why didn't I get a change in... So if I take this one and assign it to this one, we're still working with the same color, even though I do apply. Yeah. Okay, that's weird. Okay, so we're only working with segment 1. Have I screwed something up here? Or actually, we have to. Let's try and add outline segment 3. And let's take this, assign it to that one. Nothing happened. Now we have it. And we have the same interpolation error here. Okay, vertex groups are assigned per vertex. This might fuck some of, or fuck this whole approach up. So assign vertex group per. But is it though? Yeah. Assign per face corner. Blender. Is that even possible? What's up, E-Dragon? How are you doing today? Oh, sorry about that. I've been muted. I'm sorry about that. Thank you, Absurd Noises. Appreciate it. I had to mute myself for something. So, to summarize, vertex groups are per vertex. So we can't really use that for this one. We got a weird interpolation between segments. So what I'm doing now instead is that we still rely on the red channel of the mesh itself. So we're going to use the red channel to define segments, but the values we use to define these segments are arbitrary. The only important thing is that we don't, each segment needs to have its own or a unique value. Per mesh, but then when we export the mesh in question, we just randomize exactly what that value is, which means that I can skip this table and just rely on this. I'm still gonna have to define the segments using vertex paint. It's just that the value I define them with, I have more freedom when it comes to that. I don't really know how to simplify it even more than that. But so yeah, Justine, I don't know if I said hello, but hello. I might have been muted when I said it, so I'm sorry about that. Like, other than going about this way, I don't know how I would solve it. So now all I have to do is pretty much just clean up this seed, and I wonder if I can do, or actually we're gonna do it like this. I want to be able to define the resolution for this random segment value here, so I think I'm gonna do it by integer. 0, 10,000, and then we can do math divide with 10,000. Right, so we generate a random value between 0 and 10,000. I guess it's inclusive. And then we divide it with 10,000. So we have a resolution of 10,000 here, and that is the value we put in red. So in theory, the chance that two segments with the same value in the red channel, that two segments with the same or very, very, very similar values in the red channel happens to be close to each other in the game world is next to none, I suppose, or it's a very, very low at least. Way lower than what this is. So now the last thing that needs to be done is to generate this seed. And I'm thinking of just using the name of the geometry in question. So I don't know if that's possible, but Blender geometry nodes get name of object. Object info. Get up. Okay, so yeah. I love reading these suggestions. Very interesting. Yeah, this might be... I might be hoping for too much here. Or do we have an attribute that is a name? Actually, first of all, let's see here. Geometry nodes, node types, text, join strings, replace, slice, value to string node. Okay. Can I go with something else then? The name is not that important. I just want to avoid using the same seed for two different objects. That would suck. Mesh information, what do we have? Number of vertices. Maybe. Don't we have any information here? Geometry. ID node. Ooh. Ooh. No. The ID node gives an integer value indicating the stable random identifier of each element on the point domain. In that case, this node will output the index. Let's take it into value indicating the position. Oh, yeah. Okay, so yeah, this is not... Okay, I get it. Point domain. Unlike other built-in attributes, let me see what kind of attributes we have built in. Position radius ID. Okay. Why can't I access the name? Color text. Yeah, been here. Field. Okay, what else can I use to generate this seed based on attributes of this that are somewhat... So I would be okay like doing this seed per... Let's see. I just want this to vary between objects. Shouldn't be that hard. Position. Okay, we had a position. We had some. What was it? Constant. No. Scene. Collection info. Object info. We had. Ooh, self object node. Self object. Okay, beautiful. Can we get some information to this one? Object info. We get location, rotation, scale, geometry. Location, most of the objects are going to be at origo. Rotation, most of the objects are not going to have a rotation. Scale, most objects are going to have 111 scale. So that's not varied enough. The geometry. So I hinted at this previously. Read. What would happen if... Yeah, that's not good. But if we were at the domain of the geometry, I don't know. Fuck it, I guess I could do this. This is a little bit weird, but if we did... Yeah, let's do it. Oh, where is it? Is it utilities and utility nodes? Accumulate field. So I guess we could use this one by accumulate field, integer point let's do it like this. Count number of vertices, Blender geometry nodes. Attribute statistics. Whoa. Point count, edge count, face count. Let's do this. Geometry. So what are the chances that two different objects has the same amount of, like these three added together gives the same amount? I don't know. This should probably work. Okay, before I continue, I just need to run AFK real quick, so be right back. Okay, back. So, is this the best way to generate the seed value? Probably not. Is This is an okay way to generate the seed value. Probably. And the good thing here is we don't use these anymore. Or we actually use, let's see. We use the same way we did previously, so this is very applicable on the, like we just need to add a an additional modifier to all the objects. That's about it. If you really want the name for the seed, I think it's possible to grab it using a Python script and create a custom property with it for GeoNode. Oh, that's probably one way to go about it. Like, what I like with that solution is then I would be 100% sure that each object, at least from the same file, has a unique seed. Yeah, I will think about it. Like, but it feels a little bit weird that that is the. I mean, okay, getting the object name is a very specific ask, so I see why it isn't implemented. But like, still. But okay, yeah, so I think we're gonna go with this for now, but I do need to keep in mind, like, this might even be redundant adding them. We might just go with point count, but you never know. So it's done for character mesh right now, so then I just do for the different apparel, we can go t-shirt. And we do, actually, let me just clean this up before I continue. Character mesh. We don't need this. We do need this one though. Okay, so what I need to do then, if we take the t-shirt for instance, all we have to do is, let's minimize these, just add a new geometry nodes and take this one, and then it's done. Beautiful. Col is the default value. Nice. And basically, once again, it just randomly generates the floating point value with a resolution of 10,000 and put it into the red channel, and that one is later used in here to calculate some additional outlines. Yeah, I think that's it. Which means that The threshold here is 0.001, so we might want to switch that up to 0.001, right? Yeah. Okay, maybe not exactly as automated as I would have liked it to be, but still good enough still. Better than the previous approach, at least. That's for sure. Okay, so then this also comes with a little bit of a nice hat jiggling. Yeah, I love it. Just a Unity built-in cloth simulation with just a tiny bit of wiggle. So it's going to be a little bit of a tedious task going through all the apparel, just adding this geometry node. Fuck, would like to name them here as well. It's very important to keep a structured working file, right? So what are we done with? Let's see. Sneakers. Beanie. Yeah, we don't mask anything on this one, that's true. Geometry nodes. In fact, didn't we have... Pretty sure I had some... Oh, yeah, okay, this is one of those that has... Color attribute is called attribute instead. That's fucking weird. Col. There we go. Although I wonder if I want to go one additional here. Maybe I do. Like here as well. Seems, I don't know how needed they are actually. There we go. Beautiful. So we had an issue with shorts 2 and this one. So I like shader editor. I have in Blender, all of these has or uses the same material, and this material is used to render a random color per segment or per vertex color channel. So this is red segments, outline segments. Then we have blue, which is apparel segment, which is used for masking. Pretty good. And then we have green, which I usually like to visualize like this instead, because green, okay, so red is outline segment, blue is apparel segment, green is distance per apparel segment to the character mesh. So the brighter it is, the further away from the character mesh it is. And if we take a look at shorts 2 here, we can see that this part of the shorts, so the pelvis of shorts 2, is actually further away than these pants. And that's weird. That's not how it should be. And that's why we get the weird masking when we try to put this one on together with the other one, because these are meant to be like very tight, almost underwear. But it's crazy that they are so... Are they really? Yeah, so it's about here, I think. Still weird, to be honest. So it's probably this part where we get the weird. Yeah, so what I want to do is I just want to do this real simple. Let's visualize it by this. We can see so when this color becomes darker than this color, then I'm happy. But I wonder where I want to do it. Maybe here. Can I do this? Oh yeah. We need, or so I thought. Fuck it, let's take this one. Add modifier mirror. So if I've understood this correctly, which I hope I have, when we export these, this modifier will be applied first, then the armature, then the geometry nodes. Although I don't know why I don't have I should have a data transfer here as well. I wonder why that one is removed. That's weird. Modding Minecraft, won't you get bored of this? Hopefully not. Every day when I wake up, I pray. And I'm not even religious. I pray that I won't get bored of this. And so far it has worked. Mirror armature. Here we want to data transfer armature. Okay. Data transfer. We want to add this one up here. Come on. Character mesh. New Hassel, what's up? How are you doing today? Modding Minecraft, do you know any other programming languages except C#? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Although I think these days I'm probably the most fluent in C#. Started my journey with JavaScript, then Java, then C++, I think. Then I did some courses in C and Haskell. And finally I learned C# for developing games in Unity, basically. Data transfer we want to replace. I think it's the vertex data, right? And it's... what the fuck is it? Or isn't it? Is it for... let's take a look here. Data transfer, vertex data, vertex groups, all layers by name. It should be okay. So vertex groups, all layers by name. Yeah. And HLSL. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. I think I started with GLSL. I think. Yeah. It feels like I know a little about everything, but would be nice to just focus on one thing, you know, but yeah. What do we have? Okay, so what I wanted to do here is I want to visualize the distance and I want to change these a tiny bit. I wonder if I want to change it here maybe. And we're gonna do it by... is this one still, or is it pretty much the same color? It's pretty much the same color now. That's not good. Could it possibly be... oh, fuck, which one is the darkest? Shorts number 1 are probably still darker. That's very weird. Jack of all trades, yeah, probably. How would you rate your math skills? Oh, that's... that is hard. How would you rate your math skills? I would say probably a tiny bit above average for game developers, I think. Tico SC, can you write shaders? Yeah, I can. I think so, at least. I have some videos on my YouTube you can check out with some of my shaders. Okay, so why? The lighter it is, the further away it is, right? Annoying, annoying, annoying. I wonder if I want to take this one and do... Ooh, it's hard to see the difference now, if it is any. Man lives in the matrix. I wouldn't say that. That's more confident than most programmers I work with. Oh damn, what? Like, my experience is that programmers are hugely confident. Maybe not when it comes to math. That's true, I suppose. Not in math, yeah, that's true. I did a lot of just in every other aspect. Yeah, I did a lot of like image analysis, computer vision stuff, where I learned where I applied a lot of my mathematical know-how, and I guess that's where I get that little bit of confidence that makes me think I'm a little bit above average in mathematics of game developers. It was pretty cool, but it was also uncool sometimes, I suppose. How hard can it be to make these just a little bit less tight than these? Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, I guess the extremely hard to see, but let's hope they are tighter. Could it be because of let's just hope they're tighter. Let's go shorts 2. And I also want to add okay, let's add generate apparel geometry nodes. Okay, so that's it for these. And what do we have left? T-shirt. We already did this one, I think. Yeah, beautiful. And hoodie is the last one, right? Hoodie. Okay, nice. I don't know if this white noise texture here, the color outputted from these are pretty, they are pretty. Like, are they skewed towards being these pastel colors? Like, it feels like all of the different colors are very pretty. Look at this. Fuck. Super pretty. Jukka-Pekka, what's up? How are you doing today? What do the geometry nodes do? So these two geometry nodes here, I think I tried to be explicit in my naming, but maybe for someone who hasn't been watching this Blender file for as long as I have, might not. But so this geometry node here, it's, I don't know if you know what the data transfer modifier does in Blender, but it's pretty much custom data transfer geometry nodes here. So the first one, generate apparel data per vertex. This one splits up the apparel in different segments and calculate distances and saves this data to the vertex colors so it can be used in game to properly mask the apparel, so we get less of that clipping. So that's the first one. And the second one, generate random vertex color red per outline segment. So I manually define outline segments on my models by painting the red channel in the vertex colors. And this geometry node just takes that value and randomizes it once to lower the chance of two segments having the same segment value. I don't know if that clarified anything at all, but yeah. What do we have on time? 13:39. Might go on for a little longer. Let's just see if the shorts are done now, so if they are okay. The masking, that is. Oh yeah. Model width rig, export. Yeah, no problem at all, no problem at all. If you have any other questions, just shoot. It's okay. It's okay. So let's take a look here. Okay, let's see. So if I equip these now, hopefully if the values are, if I did the mesh tight enough, I should be able to put these on, but they will be completely masked. But I didn't. The fuck? Okay, this is weird, I think. No, this is not weird at all. Okay, so the pelvis still... So the data says that these red shorts are still further away from the pelvis than these shorts, which I find to be extremely weird. Although it's less apparent this time around. It's less apparent. But it still happens. What the fuck? Or actually, No. Let me think about this one. Apparel, pants over, pants under. How is this possible? Okay, so nothing gets masked. These pants are not masked at all. These pants are masked though. We have thigh upper and so pelvis is left, but thigh upper is masked. But how come this doesn't make much sense? Is something wrong in my implementation? Probably. The pelvis here should be masked if the system finds out that these are further apart. Let's take a look. The fuck? Yeah. Like the only where do we have it? Pants, shorts. What the fuck? The only reason, like, I could only see this happening if they would have very similar color green, which I don't see that happening, to be honest. Okay, this one boggled my mind. Although, like, they are extremely similar, but it should be okay. Yeah, this color right here is extremely similar. So what if Okay, so now this one is way darker, right? I don't really buy it that that would be the cause of this, but you never know. Or I hope that's the cause of it. I don't really want to go down a muddy debug adventure in the masking system once again. I thought that was a finished chapter. Could it actually have been that they had pretty much the exact same color in the green channel? That's weird. So what if we take show information? Yeah, so now we have both of the pants equipped. The red pants gets completely masked. Wow, that's weird. Okay, but this is still good. Okay, I think. Whoa. What do we have on time? Yeah, I think I'm gonna run and grab a new cup of tea and just continue. I'm thinking of just ending the day with fixing up some of the apparel that hasn't been converted to this new mask system. So that might very well be what I'm gonna continue with. But be right back around 5 minutes. Okay, back. Sorry about that. So let's see if we can get the other apparel to work in this beautiful... Okay, why? I don't know why. Okay, I know why that one is clipping, but we still have the hair clipping through some of the apparel. I haven't really decided just yet how that will be fixed. If it will be included in the current apparel masking system, or if we're gonna do a custom solution just for hair. I'm thinking of going with a modular solution there. Might be the easiest option. As for the clipping we see here, that's probably because yeah, that's probably because the head point is a little bit fucked up, which or actually, could it be cloth, mesh renderer? Don't we have? We use skin mesh renderer. I wonder, it's probably because of the head point. Hopefully that will be enough. Let's see. So now with this new system as well, I had a lot of prototype apparel, which I'm thinking of just skipping now. I don't think we need those anymore. Okay, so let's take the sunglasses. Mirror, I don't think we want subdivision actually. So let's just delete that one. Subdivision might be okay. And when it comes to masking of these, probably not. But I do want this one. So what are we showing here right now? We're showing blue. Yeah, we want blue to be 0. So like this. Green, we don't want to calculate green either. And when it comes to red, let's put that one into there. Okay, this is not what I anticipated, but that's probably because, okay, so they have different color, but they are extremely similar, I think. So if we add a geometry nodes, or so I thought. What do we have here? attribute. Yeah, let's rename that one col. There we go. Thank you. So these two segments, that's okay, I think. Okay, sunglasses done, socks are done, sandals are done as well, but, or sandals are not done, but this is also a bit of a special case because we don't want to mask anything for these either. Data transfer, character mesh, mirror, data transfer, armature. But I think I do want, yeah, definitely. We still want this one. We're always gonna want this one. Nice. I want to double check one more thing as well. So some of these has some leftover UVs, which I want to clean up. I want to change all of these to col as well. Ooh, scarf doesn't have any, that's weird. Let's look into that one later on. There we have UV map apparel, fuck that. Okay. Rubber boots. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Let's add this. And then what we want to do is, what do we have here? Mirror subdivision, data transfer, character mesh, armature. Okay, I also want to add a geometry nodes, this one. Okay, so now we're going to generate some segments for this one. So let's visualize blue. So here we generate or visualize the different apparel segments. There's quite a few of them around. I should know this. What could it be? 50. So we then take these and I think we want to go col. Right. Yeah, so I just want to change the default value of source to be col as well. So extra offset. Would like to not use extra offset, but okay. Character mesh. So now we get some segments here, hopefully the correct colors, yes. And if we take a look here, does the purple area here totally cover the purple area beneath? Yes, it seems like it does. Okay, so I don't need to do any extra setup on these. So this means that these rubber boots will mask out this, and this segment. And this, and this segment. Beautiful. Okay, so that's it for the apparel data. We don't need to exclude anything. That's great. Nice. Ooh, we don't have any. We don't do subdivision because of this one. Yeah, that's true. Okay, pretty nice. Different segments. Might even want to make. Yeah, I think I want to make. I think I want to add a segment here. I think I want to go with segments like these. So we get an additional outline here. I think that's... Ooh, this one is rough though. Fuck me. Maybe it's okay. This is also one of those statics, so when it comes to the green color and the blue color, we want them to be black. So this is currently wrong. But I should be able to do add modifier, geometry nodes. We add this one, but we add 0 here. Call, and then we just keep it like this. So what happens with the green color? It's black. The blue color, it's black. And okay, so it's none. Beautiful. So this should work. And then when it comes to the segments, do it like that. Should be okay. So that's that cap. I want to fix. Yeah, fuck it, let's do the balaclava. Can probably clean it up a bit. I mean clean it up, we can probably clean it up the most. So this one is pretty much modeled after, like, letting the... It's modeled in such a way that we don't get any clip through from the ears, but now these days we're probably just gonna mask out the ears, so it should be okay. Oh yeah. But still want a little bit of a bump there, but not too much. This one is rough. I'm okay with that. Let's see how it works. Mirror, I'm gonna keep that one. Subdivision, no. Data transfer. Do we need data transfer? Yeah, let's go with it for now. And armature. Okay, let's see how this looks first of all. Oh my god, this is great, I think. Yes, we're gonna mask. Actually, do we have... Yeah, we have a little bit. Okay, the mouth we want to, or the nose we want to mask. The mouth we don't want to mask. Left eye, right eye we don't want to mask. We want to mask the ears. So let's take the balaclava and do... Oh yeah, this was the worst part with this. So what is it? Apparel segment eye left. Apparel segment. Do we have... Oh, I haven't added them. Is that so? Is it just called mouth? Yeah. So we can now take the balaclava and we can do exclude eye left. So I think that should... exclude it, and then we can do apparel segment I write. Beautiful. So it should mask everything else. I'm a little bit afraid that these values might be less than 0 because we have some ears poke through, so the distance, but I think the distance is measured in absolute values, so it should work anyway. And let's name this one. Great. Okay, so what do we have? Sunglasses, sunglasses, sandals, rubber boots, cap 1, and balaclava. Yeah, let's try those before I continue. Yeah. So let's take a look at sunglasses, sandals, rubber boots, cap 1, and balaclava. And do sunglasses open. What do we have here? Eyewear, actually. Body part covers. Skin to body, no. Constraints, I don't think so. Always forget, nah. And that should be it for those. Sandals. Maybe a bit too big. Would love for these to work with the socks. Probably gonna get some problems there, but let's try it. I don't have high hopes, but let's see. Armature offset. Okay. Oh yeah, I also want to set apparel. Rubber boots. Okay, and finally this one, am I okay with how it looks? Not the most prettiest balaclava I've ever seen, but it's okay. Oh, one thing I might have missed here is balaclava. We might see this one. Yeah. This is almost perfect. If I just, yeah, we're gonna do this. We need to add apparel segment. What is it? Neck upper. I thought. Oh no. Okay. Apparel segment neck upper. No, neck lower. There we go. And maybe Beautiful. Yeah, let's do a quick re-export, but I want to fill this out first of all. Constraint. Did I have any constraints here? Don't think so. Yeah, box collider as well. Okay. Then let's see, mannequin, apparel handler. Let's add sunglasses. And let's add sandals. We have a beanie here. Okay. We have a hoodie here. Let's add so sunglasses, sandals. I haven't done rubber boots, right? And cap. And then for the last one we do shirt, pants and balaclava, right? That's everything. Or do we have a cap? Yeah. See how it looks? I might want to fix that one. Might want to do some extra outlines there, but for the most part it looks nice. Oh, we have sandals as well. Oh, they are... Yeah, probably can't show shoes on this type of mannequin. And then we have the rubber boots. Yeah, they look just as shit. We might need to just... Should be able to show it, to be honest. Let's just see. Mannequin. Foot point. Do we need to... Rubber boots. Okay, that explains it. Apparel handler, so I think it's when we do set parent tag here, get preferred parent, priority single. So this one, body part covers, priority single. What do we do here? Return empty body part type if body part types is equal. Apparel body part covers. Okay, so that's an array. This one is not null or not. Okay, so then we do priority first. Chest, lower, pelvis, head. Yeah, fuck that. Why? And then we take that one and get transform. So case body part type dot foot left. That should fix that, I think. We have pelvis and chest lower, okay. Hopefully the shoe placement should be a little bit better now. For the mannequins, does it look like it? I think it does. Yeah, it's still rough. But it's better, I think. Yeah. We want to move it up a tiny bit as well. Not too much. Okay, let's see what we have. I'm a little bit worried about this one, but let's see. Okay, the hair I anticipated. Neck looks pretty good. We don't have any clip through on the ears because we masked those, so it's the hair. That's the only thing that's left. Everything else looks good, I think. Okay. Looks good. A little bit worried about this one. Mannequin prefab. Yeah, this one I need to look into. It's looking really good. Thank you, appreciate it. What do you texture with? We just do a pure color atlas right now. So the texture with all of these apparel looks a little bit like it's basically just a albedo map like this, and then we UV unwrap it so that the parts of the rubber boots are here and the other part are here. So it's just pure color texture. Star Platinum, is that a ski mask? Yeah. Or a cool looking balaclava. Thank you, KJ. Yeah, it's a balaclava. I've always liked them. I just wanted them in my game, even though this game might not... I don't know what you're gonna use it for. Maybe stay warm if it's very cold. Thank you, JD, appreciate it. This is a little bit weird. Show the sweater, the zipper on the sweater. Yeah, sure. It's balaclava, stealing pets from neighbor gardens. Yeah, and or rather doing it and not being identified for it. Huh? We'll see, we'll see. This one is weird though. I get it somewhat. Let's see here. Apparel handler 59. Oh, 59. Or yeah, okay, it's this one. Yeah, so this is something I need to fix. I just need to add it to the to-do list before I forget it. Apparel being removed from apparel handler without notifying. Let's put it like that. Or spying from bushes, incognito mode. Yeah, but maybe still a little bit too creepy for this game. We'll see, we'll see. Let's see, the lookup color texture, you're breaking it down as parts. If I'm doing it, I will collapse them like a sprite sheet. Not entirely sure I understand. Your lighting makes the clothing look really nice. Thank you, appreciate it, appreciate it. How about game's name? Is it Boris, the neighborhood? That emoji, Boris, the neighborhood. I don't know. It's one name at least. Okay, so this is an error I need to fix. What more do we have? I really like the cap. I want to check how did the outline on this one turn out. It's a little bit of a mess. That's for sure. But yeah. And we have a little bit of a clip going on with the hair. But that's okay. Can we take on equip? Ooh, and did you see the whole armature of the body of the character moved up a tiny bit because we're now wearing boots with a higher sole. Looks great. Looks fucking amazing. Should be able to put on my sandals now as well. The sandals should be outside of the socks, which I'm a little bit worried about. And these sandals should replace the shoes. But still, like, we're barely seeing any clipping, if any at all. Extremely happy about that. Okay, we see with the hair, of course, but yeah, that's not included just yet. But okay, let's see this. I'm probably gonna be sad about this, I think. That's weird. Okay, we have a tiny bit of clipping here. I wonder what happened there though. Now it's gone, right? That was weird. Could be related to the error here. We'll check it out soon again. Okay, so in this case, I'm probably gonna have to fix fix the sandals a tiny bit. I think I can make the socks tighter because we're masking what's underneath it right now. But that looks good, and let's put on these sunglasses as well. Hell yeah! But what is happening with the arm here? Something is fucked. And the elbow. Could just make sandals model bigger if it clips. Yeah, we're gonna have to rely on that. Gonna make the socks a tiny bit tighter down here, and we're gonna make the sandals a tiny bit bigger if that's necessary. I'm a little bit worried about this one though. So I want to test two things. I want to test putting on the rubber boots and then putting on the sandals. Let's see if we have some masking issues. And equip. So no masking issues, right? If I put on the sandals. Okay, I might know what this is about. Okay. And then we have, if I put on the glasses, yeah. JD, how many monitors do you have? I have 2 monitors. One, how big is it? 27 2K and one 24 1K, which I have vertical to the left. This, a little bit worried about this, but okay, so something seems to happen if I need to get to the bottom of this. If we take sunglasses and we put out the blue color here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, yeah. Okay. So what I forgot to do with the sunglasses is I forgot to add a modifier, geometry nodes. So even though the apparel isn't going to cover anything, we're still gonna add a generate apparel data per vertex, because if we don't enter a source mesh here, it's just gonna be pure black. So it's not gonna, it's gonna belong to the apparel or segment type none, so it's not gonna write to anything that is used, I don't think. Might lead to some probably shouldn't. It shouldn't. So we had this problem with the eyeglasses, and we also had this problem with the sandals. But before I re-export this, I think I want to fix the sandals and socks as well. Okay, so first of all, let's take a look at the socks. They are quite a lot bigger than they need to be, right? Wonder if I can do... Oops, we want to do... Actually, we want to do this. Face. And then I wonder if I can do... can just do, what is it, Alt S? How does it look? So that's way tighter. The question is if that's enough for these sandals in question now. Still gonna get a little bit here. Jesus. Like, I don't care too much about this. It's okay. This, however, sucks. Like a tiny bit is okay. Do I want to go? Do I want to do? Jesus. Wonder if maybe I should. Oh shit. Not the prettiest pair of sandals, but it's okay. Won't those edges cause outlines problem? Are we talking about these edges here? Or which edges? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. And they're very uneven as well. This is not good. I think there should still be outlines here. The question is... We'll see, we'll see. Worst case scenario, we can add some additional data to just fake it. Little worried about this, but it should be okay. Okay, so the problems we had were rubber boots and then sandals. Okay, we still get this, but I haven't done anything to fix that. The clipping looks better. The outlines are still okay, kind of. Might want to clean those up later on. Good point out. But we don't have any weird masking, we don't have any clipping, and if I put on the glasses we don't get any weird clipping or masking, so everything looks fine. Beautiful. Great. I think this looks great. So this is going to be it for today. Hopefully I can fix this tomorrow. We'll see. Yeah, would another good day indeed. Would love to get to the bottom of this as well, but I don't think I'm gonna waste stream time on that, because it might be just a lot of dead air, so to speak. KJJ, thanks for watching. But we'll see. So yeah, another good day. Oh, nice to hear, KJJ. Nice to hear. So, as always, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Hopefully I will see you tomorrow, and have a great rest of the day. And thanks for watching. Peace.